Hare Hare Krishna. Welcome everybody for Janmashtami Maha Mahotsav. Hari Hari Bol. Let us chant one Maha Mantra loudly together, everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It has been a tiring day. Hare Krishna. Welcome everybody. For Janmashtami, this is Krishna's birthday, and thank you all for coming. We have a wonderful celebration awaiting us, and I will make further announcements after the Gaura Arati, which will be led by Tulsi Rani Devi. And we request if everyone could please stand up for the Arati, and then we will sit again. Hare Krishna. The words are here if you wish to follow, or you could open it up on your phone. If you Google search Kiba Jaya, Jaya Gaurachandra, you get it. Hare Krishna. Hari Bol. Thank you, Tulsi Rani Devi, for this absorbing, wonderful kirtan. Let us chant a loud Hari Bol for Tulsi Rani. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. Please have a seat. We are starting our celebration today. Of course, it's already begun with the Gaura Aarti. And now we're going to have an hour of immersive kirtan with Janvi Jitani Devi. Hare Krishna, welcome Janvi. Hare Krishna. And while Janvi is leading us into this immersive kirtan, we are also going to have an opportunity to swing the lordships. Radha Krishna, just like all children and babies love being swinged, whatever it is. We are going to put Radha Krishna here and we are going to swing them. So you can please come one by one and swing them. And we are taking control of Krishna's swing. We are taking control with the intention that, dear Krishna, please take control of my life. Please lead me. I surrender unto you. And in this way we serve Krishna while swinging him. And so please have a wonderful swinging for the next 1 hour. A few more announcements. There is a table behind there in the middle of the hall. If you wish to give a special birthday gift to Krishna, there is an option of offering him what he likes. He said it in the Bhagavad Gita, Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam. So there you'll find a plate of flowers or tulsi, or there are nice options. Please, you can buy a nice gift and that will be offered during the Abhishek here. So you can go anytime you wish to the table in the middle there, where Shilpa and Manohari Gopi Devi are standing. Yes, there. Okay. Yes. And so we will now proceed with the kirtan. And after the swinging, there is going to be a wonderful talk on the story of the birth. Very fascinating, exciting, suspense, thriller, everything. Story of Krishna's birth by Gauranga Gauranga and Jamuna Jaya. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So I just came from the Brooklyn Radha Govinda Mandir, where there was also kirtan going on and many people gathered. And I was just thinking how beautiful it is that over the last 24 hours, there's been like a wave of kirtan going around the world as in each place that people are celebrating Krishna Janmashtami, Krishna's names and glories are being chanted. So right now, there are also many other people in many different places calling out and singing. Maybe in some places it's the midnight arti right now. So we can add our voices to that beautiful chorus of love, offering our hearts in devotion to Krishna through chanting his names. Hare Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Janvi, for this amazing kirtan, and thank you all for this wonderful swinging service for baby Krishna, who was in the baby form of Radha Krishna. And now we are going to have a wonderful talk on the story, exciting story of Krishna's birth, and lessons from that story, what we can learn by Doyal Gauranga Prabhu, Hari Hari Bol, and Jamuna Jaya Devi, who is arriving in a few minutes. So please welcome them with a loud Hari Bol. Also, we have Krishna's amazing birthday presents waiting for you to sponsor them and buy them for him. On that table there, there's a nice tulsi plate, a flower plate, and amazing nice offerings. Please do go to the table and give Krishna a personal gift. Hare Krishna. Also, after the talk, we will then be having the Abhishek from 9 to 10 p.m. And our prasadam is going to be served out post midnight, but at 9 p.m. onwards, we have to go containers with prasadam for everyone who's leaving. So please don't leave without prasadam. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnana Shalakya Chakshurunataya Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Welcome everybody. Happy Janmashtami. Did Krishna Janmashtami mention the little offerings in that you can make during the Abhishek? Good. His wife told me to make an announcement too, so I wanted to make sure that he didn't miss it. Thank you guys all so much for being here. We had originally scheduled His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami to be speaking earlier, but he wasn't feeling so well, so he's not able to make it this evening, so I apologize. So Tulsirani called in the backup, and and I said, we definitely got to get Jamuna Jaya in here telling some stories, and so she's going to join us in a few minutes also. So Jamuna Jaya is going to be coming up here in a minute to share some stories, and also we have Yashoda Dulal Prabhu also going to be speaking a little bit later on. So we've got the Abhishek after this, and then after the Abhishek some more kirtan, and then we'll have another talk with Yashoda Dulal just before the arti at midnight. Thank you. So in some ways I don't necessarily myself plan to tell too many stories because those will come up, but there's a few thoughts that I wanted to share just in terms of us giving context. This obviously is a very special day, a very special time of year. It's really, really beautiful for me to see so many faces, some from out of town, Nitin, so many people coming from all over in different places to come and celebrate this special day. It very much is a collective festivity, an occasion, and at the same time it's also something extraordinarily personal and individual. And there's an aspect of our spiritual life where each of us are coming forward either to swing, to offer a flower, to sing in kirtan, to do some service. And it's our petition for Krishna to manifest in our heart in a miraculous way. And some of the gifts that we receive in spiritual life are not seen by anybody else. Some of the challenges we experience are not seen by anybody else. As we know, Vasudeva and Devaki sat in prison alone. Yet there was a tremendous gift waiting for them. And that gift also was not shared by anybody else. As they were the original father and mother of Krishna, they're not celebrated the way that Nanda and Yashoda are. So there are many inconceivable ways in which Krishna manifests in our life and reciprocates us in many ways. And so I wanted to read something. There's a couple of books that I brought. Whenever you're unprepared for a class, you just bring a bunch of books, start reading. But this was something that I just read recently in a book by one of our acharyas, our Bhakti saints, Bhakti Vinod Thakur. And he writes in his book, Jaiva Dharma, which is a conversation between two devotees and questions and answers. We have our dear friend Uncle Ananta in the back there, and we were talking the other night after a kirtan about sirens in New York City, and how normally when we hear sirens we're like, oh, let's wait for that sound to go by, you know? He has this thing where he shares, when you talk to somebody or text, you never know if it's going to be the last time you ever see them. And he said, it sounds so morbid, but actually it's actually kind of beautiful in a sense when you take those exchanges seriously. And we're just talking about how many sirens we hear on a regular. We're like, oh, okay, everyone quiet, we got to wait for this to pass by, but there's somebody who's in an extraordinary emergency right now, so we can pray for them and send an offering in our heart that they're okay, the loved ones are okay, and that Krishna's with them at this time. So anyways, there's this discussion that's taking place in this book, Jaiva Dharma, that Bhakti Vinod Thakur writes. And there are certain questions that are asked between this sannyasi and this other devotee. His name is Premdas Babaji. And they start talking about the nature of the soul. The word Jaiva Dharma, Jaiva means the living entity, or the Jiva, and Dharma is this very simple and complex word that they try to unpack. What is the duty of the living entity? And so interesting, the Bhagavad Gita itself begins with the word Dharma. Dharma Kshetra Kurukshetra Samaveta Yutsavaha. And it's also the last word in the Bhagavad Gita where Krishna says, Sarva Dharma Prityaja Mam Ekam Sharadam Vraja. And it's also the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, where Krishna says, or the sages say, Savai Pungsam Paraparamo Vito Bhaktir Bhoksaje. That the supreme Dharma is one when one is able to offer unflinching, ceaseless, unmotivated devotional service to the Supreme. And why do we offer that devotion to the Supreme? Why are we here on Janmashtami? Why are some of us, I can't speak for everybody, why are some of us staying up until midnight? I don't know if anybody knows if they're staying till midnight. It's usually let's see how far we can get. Then we have I gotta go home to my dog, or my plants are at home waiting for me, or something. So we see how far we can get. But why are we going through this? And so in this little segment I'd like to read here, there's a little bit of insight into that. But that's the context in which this is spoken, is that they're asking questions about the nature of the soul. And sometimes we say that the soul is atomic in nature, or Shastra describes it as 1/10,000th the size, the tip of a hair. And it talks about that when the soul is created, it's given an eternal nature. Or we talk about Krishna being born, the ever-present, omniscient, ever-existing being born. And this sannyasi who's asking these questions is a little confused, like how is that? How was the soul created at a certain point? Or how we say the soul is of a certain size? And so he mentions this here. Back to our pages. He says, at that time, the saintly sannyasi offered dandavat obeisances, and the Paramahamsa Babaji then said, O great devotee, now I will answer your second question. Please listen with an attentive mind. Please listen with an attentive mind. The words, the creation of the individual soul, or the fashioning of the individual soul, are all manifested by the illusory potency, Maya. They are material words that describe inanimate material things. The three divisions of time are past, present, and future. These divisions refer to material time, time within the realm of the illusory potency, Maya. But in the spiritual world, the present exists eternally. So we hear that Krishna's pastimes are manifest eternally, because there's only the present moment that exists. And interestingly enough, the present moment is the only thing that doesn't exist in the material world. You say, be in the present moment. Let's do it right now. Boom, it's gone. That present moment is in the past. We're waiting. There's a present moment coming. You guys see it? There's a present moment coming. Okay, it's gone. And so time exists in the material world, but the present time doesn't exist. It's conspicuous by its absence, in that only the present moment eternally exists in the spiritual world. Therefore, every single moment, every single pastime is existing eternally in the spiritual world. Yet we use this language to describe one day Krishna was walking through the forest. And sometimes in Srila Prabhupada will say, once upon a time. There's our word time. So in the spiritual world, the present exists eternally. In the spiritual world, the past and future do not exist. Lord Krishna and the individual spirit soul exist in that eternal present. In this way, the individual soul is eternal, and the original nature, which is pure love for Lord Krishna, is also eternal. Talk of the individual souls being created or fashioned is a misconception, mistakenly imposing the time patterns of the inanimate material world on a spiritual entity. So we have these references of using material language, using concepts and analogies. We'll sometimes say Krishna rises like the sun. The sun never sets, but we're trying to use some analogy to understand Krishna's eternal present. Although, of course, Krishna doesn't eventually explode and die like a sun. The analogies always fall short somewhere. If you can make an nun to laugh in your class, it's a success. Doesn't happen. The atomic individual soul is spiritual and eternal. The soul existed before their entrance into the material world, and because in the spiritual world there's no past or future, whatever exists there exists in the eternal present. Therefore, the soul and its nature are both eternal. They exist in that eternal present. And this is the point that I wanted to bring out here, the next point. And not just, this isn't a class on time and words and exploding stars. He says, I'm only describing this in words. Your understanding will depend on your ability to understand the pure spiritual world. I can only give a hint. And then he says something very, very deep, which may sound ethereal or a little bit out of reach for us, but the author of this book and the character being described here is experiencing very deeply. And he's saying that my words will always fall short in terms of how I can describe these spiritual subject matters. That there is a point in which experience is the only way in which we can actually enter into something very deeply. And he says, in spiritual trance, you will be able to see all this directly. The logic and argument of this material world will not help you to understand it. So I've never really big in philosophical debates. People always ask me about, I want to get into conversation about, I don't know, like evolution or this or that. I'm just like, there's a book you can go read. Or I'm sure there's somebody who would love to talk about that with you. It's not me. He says, your ability to directly perceive the spiritual world beyond the realm of matter will depend on how much you can loosen the shackles of material bondage. So our coming together on this evening, our offering this little swing, our singing in kirtan, the service that we're doing, us, if some people are fasting. I did not fast completely today. So for those who are fasting, you feel good about yourself, and for those who didn't, you got company. For those who are staying up very late, for those who are tirelessly serving and putting this on together, these things didn't just come together. People are sacrificing. People are going through stress. People are, whatever service you're doing, just coming here is offering a service. I remember one time I was in Mayapur, which is the birthplace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And one of our acharyas, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who is the son of Bhakti Vinod Thakur, who wrote this book, he has his samadhi there, or his memorial shrine. He passed away about 100 years ago. And we do this thing called parikrama, where you walk around the shrine of the departed one, or sometimes you'll walk. Parikrama means to literally to go around. And so sometimes if you go to Vrindavan, our holy place, they'll have Navudi Parikrama, which is a whole week-long pilgrimage. You're walking around this entire village. Or sometimes there's a temple, you walk around a temple or a shrine. It's a way of paying homage or respect or offering and walking around. And I remember how old I was. It was 10, 15 years ago or something. In my 20s as a young monk. And I'm walking around and I'm honestly thinking in my head, how is this a spiritual activity? I'm walking around this shrine. Like, how do you explain this to somebody? And I'm thinking in my head, I gotta be walking somewhere. Why not engage this walking propensity in a way that's going to fixate my mind on something deeper and meaningful. And that it all becomes a meditation of that I'm actually trying to, as it's mentioned here, loosen the shackles of material bondage. And we can think for ourselves the ways that we feel those shackles of material bondage, or we have all these rules and regulations in spiritual life, or these recommendations in how we go about our diet, or how we go about our sleep, or how we interact with other people, and how we think, and how we serve, and how we chant, and the way we should chant, and the amount of time we should chant. It just seems like, oh my, this is a lot. And why? It's because I'm trying to understand something that logic and words and my brain have no hope of ever wrapping itself around. And the only way is for me to continuously wipe off the grime of the consciousness that I have adopted over lifetimes in order for me to get a small little glimpse. And we've all had that small little glimpse. You know how I know that? Because you're here. There's another way. Well, it's not a Friday or Saturday, it's a Monday night. I was on my way over here, people out there partying, like, what are you doing on a Monday night? I thought it was like a Friday or Saturday. I was like, no, it's a Monday. You know, and there's traffic coming over, and I'm like, I guess all these people are going to their Janmashtami festival. And so, and so this idea, this meditation, as we're here on this eve of Janmashtami, on this night of Janmashtami, and every Janmashtami, some of us have heard the stories. Some of us maybe are hearing stories for the first time. Some of us are hearing stories told in a certain way for the first time. Some of them might be something small that we catch. But we're not here to learn necessarily, or pick up a lesson that we can take, oh, I can apply that in my life, that's going to help my daily routine. I'm here to genuinely try to allow myself to come to a place where I can, in my own meditation, in my own service, which is a form of trance, in my own japa practice or my kirtan, which is my own form of trance, in my own dealings with other people, in my own going about my daily life, in a particular type of trance of meditating on Krishna, meditating on this appearance of Krishna, both in this world and in our hearts, that we can loosen the shackles of material bondage that will allow us to experience things on a very deep and direct level. He goes on and says, in the beginning, you will see your own pure spiritual form. By again and again chanting the spiritual and holy names of Lord Hari, you will come to understand the nature of the soul. By practicing Ashtanga Yoga or following the path of the impersonalist, you will not be able to see the pure spiritual nature. We should put that on our yoga studio door. We have a yoga studio downstairs. Please join a membership, just so that you know, by practicing this yoga system, you will not see the eternal spiritual soul. But by directly serving Lord Krishna, you will be able to understand the eternal nature of the soul. So how can I turn this practice into a service? The meditation that I bring into it. Therefore, you should chant the holy names of Lord Hari always and with enthusiasm. I think a few people in the front got that down pretty well. With enthusiasm. Only by chanting the names of Lord Hari you will make advancement in spiritual life. Again and again chanting the holy name of Lord Hari. For some days you will eventually attain love for the holy name. So, Srila Rupa Goswami describes in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu the definition of bhakti. Anyabhilashada shunyam jnana karma janavacham anukulyena krishnanu shilanam bhaktir uttama. That bhakti is performed in a favorable manner, consistently, towards Krishna, in a mood to please Krishna. And then he goes on to describe various types of bhakti. The one which applies to most of us most pertinently is sadhana bhakti. And this sadhana bhakti has two types, or there's two ways of performing. Well, there's many ways, so I don't want to be too technical, but sometimes we perform our sadhana, our devotional service, as an expression of love towards Krishna. Sometimes I'm chanting as a way to express my deep love towards Krishna. And sometimes, most of the time, all the time, I ain't got no love. But I know that I want that love. And so I chant with the desire, Krishna, this isn't me loving you. This is me saying, I want to love you. And therefore I'm showing up regardless of how it feels sometimes. And sometimes we look around and it just seems like everybody is immersed in this ocean of love, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of hard. I remember when the first time I went to India, I was 19, and it was in Mayapur, again, the birthplace of Sri Chaitanya. And it happened to be in a very, very special year. It was 2004, which was they were doing this large installation of these very, very, very large deities of Panchatattva. Were you there, Nanta? Anybody there, 2004? Grandma, you were there? You was there? Didn't know you at that time. I was a side story. I was a brahmachari monk, wearing orange robes, and they were so overcrowded. This is a total detour. They were so overcrowded with people. Like, they weren't built to receive that many people. There were thousands of people descending on this place. And you know, as a monk, you just washed your clothes in a bucket. You'd hang it up to dry, and they had all these just fields of clothing lines where you hang your clothes. And I would wash my clothes and put on this line, and in the morning I'd go to get it. There was just this field of orange cloth. I have no idea where my clothes were. I don't know whose clothes I took home, but we traded a little bit here and there. But there was just so many people, and I was very young in my spiritual life. I had a lot of enthusiasm and enough faith that I was going to go to India, and I was living in an ashram. And I remember, we went on this parikrama. We were walking around this parikrama, this place and this pilgrimage, and everywhere you go, it's like this tree. Oh my God, this is the tree where such and such happened, or this is the place in the river where this happened. It was in another dimension, but it was kind of here, and all these things, and everyone's just losing their mind in bliss and kirtan, and I'm just like, maybe I didn't take the right, maybe I didn't eat the right breakfast, or I don't know what it was, or I don't have the right beads or something, and it's easy to feel isolated and alone. It's very easy. It was almost like this crisis of faith, and I was with a friend, and we got through it, and I was glad to be there, and it ultimately being a very beautiful trip. But sometimes when you're in a place and everybody else seems to be getting it, and I don't seem to be getting it, and we just kind of go along with it. But the reality is that we're all, to some degree, either in public or in our privacy, struggling on some way or another. And that struggle is real, and that struggle is something beautiful, and that's where we have the opportunity to make tremendous spiritual advancement, not to be pretending to be somewhere that we're not, but to show up regardless. Not in a mood that I'm pretending to be somewhere that I'm not, but in a mood of, I'm actually petitioning, Lord, this is me expressing my desire to develop what I know is there waiting for me. So he says again and again, chanting the holy name of Lord Hari for some days, you will eventually attain love for the holy name. So whether you're chanting as an expression of love, or as a desire to achieve love. A kind of love you have never known before. It's kind of beautiful. Sometimes these very ascetic, you see these saints living there, they're just wearing a loincloth and super hardcore renunciates. And they say these really beautiful romantic lines. And you're just it's so heartwarming. I read Achyuta Gopi. If you haven't seen Achyuta Gopi's Instagram, you should go there. It's exploding with Janmashtami goodness. And she's got this one of the story slides is, I forget, it was I am worthy, I am eligible, I am capable of squeezing Krishna's cheeks. And so you'll find our acharyas saying stuff like that. It's quite endearing. So it's a kind of love you had never known before. Accompanying that love will be direct perception of the spiritual world. So we start with the desire to love. We perform the acts that bring us closer to that love. And that love washes away the shackles of material bondage, which slowly starts to award us a direct perception of Krishna's eternal nature, of our genuine eternal nature, and the relationship that we share of love and service. And then he goes on to mention of all the different activities of devotional service, chanting the holy names of Lord Hari is the most important and the most quickly effective. In Krishna Das Kaviraj's delightful book, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu teaches, among the ways of executing devotional service, the 9 prescribed methods are the best. For these processes have great potency to deliver Krishna an ecstatic love for him. And of the 9 processes of devotional service, the most important is to always chant the holy name of the Lord. If one does so, avoiding the 10 kinds of offenses, one very easily obtains the most valuable love of Godhead. So as we have the wonderful, beautiful Jamuna Jaya coming up here to tell some stories, and as we chant kirtan, and as we do abhishek, and as we swing, and as we offer and take prasad, all of these activities, it's not meant to be understood with our brains or with our head. It's not meant to teach us some lesson that we can apply in our life, although that is all there. It's meant for us to just feel that little tiny bit of coming closer to experiencing our genuine, true spiritual nature, to experience Krishna's presence in our life, and to experience the nature of that eternal relationship which has no past and has no future, and is eternally waiting for us in the spiritual world. So I'd like to give a big round of applause and welcome Her Grace Jamuna Jaya to come up and tell us some stories. I didn't get to my other books, but they were just backup. So,
Hello, everybody. Oh, yeah. Just check. And it's hush falls. Okay. Hi. I don't know how many people will remember this, but there was this, I forget what movie it was. I think it was like Beverly Hills Cop, so it was old school. And
these are the kind of classes we give.
yeah, this kind of good. And there's this song. I might ask myself, how did I get here? This is my fancy car. I might ask myself, how did I get here? I was supposed to be back at the temple watching after my yoga class. Dr. Swami's supposed to be sitting here. The other thing I was thinking about when Tulsi Rani goes, "Hey, Jamuna Jaya, tell me you're not teaching from 7 to 8:15 in yoga studio." I'm like, "Yes, actually I am." She goes, "Okay, but we'll switch." And the other thing I think about is years ago when I had to sub my yoga teacher's class for the first time. I just reviewed her. She's so great. I didn't want to do it, and she made me do it. And when I sat down behind the harmonium, I remembered something that they said that Michelle Obama said right after Barack Obama got into office. He was standing behind the oval, in the room behind the desk. And she walked and she said, "What are you doing there? Get back from behind there before somebody finds you." So that's really fun. Like, what are you doing up here? Get to the back. So thank you, Doyle, for having me. And hi, everybody. Nice to see you. And I always feel like, I was saying this in a little thing we did on Saturday, that I feel like at birthday parties, what people do is they sit around and they talk about their friends, right? And we tell the embarrassing stories, or we tell the sweet stories, and everybody laughs, and it gets a good chuckle, and it just brings us closer to our friend. So let us talk about, I hope I'll share some things about our divine, loving friend. He's so cute and cuddly, and as Raghunath Kapil always says, slightly chubby. But we all know he's a bad boy. Let's just face it. He's just bad. He's just bad. Right? He's just bad. He just has this thing about being a rascal or a scamp. I love the word scamp. And of course we all know the thing that he loves to do that's the most naughtiest is to steal. Right? It's just to steal. It's to steal that rich, delicious, creamy butter. And so he would just do it, but I have a nephew whose name is Joey that's 8 years old, and Joey, I always think, if Joey's this cute, I can only imagine how cute Krishna is, because Joey has a dimple that's like the size of the Grand Canyon. It's like, and whenever he does something bad, which is kind of often, you got that. And so Krishna was like that. He would steal the butter first from his own mother's house. But of course, then she figured it out. Hey, taking the butter, think about your cholesterol levels. What's up with that? So she began to put it up on a shelf, right? And hopefully keep it away. It didn't always keep it away because when Big Brother Balaram came, of course, he could lift him up and get it. But most of the time, it was pretty safe up there. And so they decided, well, fine, I can't get it in my own house. I will go to somebody else's house. So there we go, those blue little legs, walking down the street, right? Goes into somebody else's house. And after a while, they get hip to the fact that he's stealing the butter. And what does he do if they put the butter up at the top? Here he is, God pees on their floor. Pees on the floor. I can get it, you know. And so the mothers would drag him back to the house and say, Mother Yashoda, your son is stealing the butter and is peeing on our floor. But even as they were saying it, they would get that same reaction that I do when Joey does something bad, because Christian would let him go. It's like me on the poster downstairs, isn't it? I'm just realizing. I just had the teeth, that's the biggest, like a donkey. But Mother Yashoda, and they would all laugh because isn't he so cute, but Mother Yashoda, because she's a good mom, right, was a little bit aghast at it. Here is her child. He's stealing. He's peeing on the floor. No bueno. And so she, as a really responsible mom, she doesn't let the blame go out there. She goes, what am I doing wrong? Maybe my butter isn't good enough. He's going to eat butter. Let it at least be my butter. And maybe I just need to breastfeed him more. This is the best food. Maybe he's getting better of my breast milk and better of my butter. At least he wouldn't steal. So she decides to give him the best breast milk she has and the best butter that she can make. And that particular day, she is multitasking. She is both breastfeeding him and outside in a pot, making what she hopes is the nicest, sweetest, rich, creamery butter. And there's the scene. We all know it, right? There she is with baby Krishna. And she's looking down at him. And he's looking up at her. And there's such an exchange, a flow of love. And as she rocks him back and forth, her bracelets on her arms chink back and forth like the sounds of a kartal. And she starts to sing his names, and they're just so happy. And you see, the thing is, in Vrindavan, everything is alive, and everything wants to serve Krishna too. So the breeze begins to blow really gently on them. And the breeze begins to blow the nice scent of the flowers, so there's more enjoyment between the mother and the child. And the flowers sort of dip in the window to sort of frame them. And they're all sort of everyone's enjoying the scene between the mother and the child, except for the butter. Because you see, the butter is alive too. The butter in the pot that Mother Yashoda is making. And all of a sudden it starts to go, boom, wait a minute. If he's enjoying the breast milk so much, he won't need us. And another piece of butter pops up and goes, that's right. If he likes it so much, he won't need us. And so the butter becomes slightly suicidal. No, not slightly, all the way suicidal. It begins to pop its way up to the edge and go, if Krishna doesn't want me, my life is over. The other piece goes, you're right, it's not life is not worth living. And so all these pieces of butter are like flying out, jumping out of the pot. Now to our eyes, it just looks like butter is overflowing. But the truth is that butter was committing suicide because it wanted to serve Krishna and it was seeing its chance fly out the window. So Mother Yashoda is looking and all of a sudden she's like, oh no, okay. Okay, this is happening. I gotta, Krishna, I gotta put you down for a little while. And she puts him down and she goes outside to attend to the suicidal butter. Okay. And so Krishna sits there for a few minutes. And then usually she comes back really quickly, but she wasn't. So he tries the thing that all kids kind of know works. He starts to cry the thing. Ah! She's still not coming back. Ah! Ah! She's still not coming back because there's a lot of suicidal butter on that pot. She's like really trying her best to get it under control. So finally it's like, that's it. She she's not coming back. I am still hungry. So he looks around and he sees there's a pot of butter that's not so far away. He walks over his little blue legs and he tries to climb up, but he can't quite make it, and Balaram's not there to give him a lift. He's like, oh man. And then he gets an idea, and he sees on the ground a rock. And with his blue little hand, he throws it. And it misses. But that won't stop him. He picks another. Sort of like a, I think it's the world's first pinata, only without a stick. It's with a rock. So he's throwing, falling. It cracks open, and the rich, creamy butter comes flowing all out of the pot. And then he runs over there and starts taking that butter and eating it up. And I always love when a kid is about 18 months old, maybe 2 years old, and seeing them eat is quite the experience. It is more over their face than on their mouth. And our person's like, that picture over there is way too neat for what my liking. It is way too neat. You've not seen a child eat butter, right? Moms know it right. It's like, it's all in his hair, it's on his armpit, and it's down his belly, and he's licking and eating, and all of a sudden he hears, and he turns, and there's sitting in the window are monkeys, right? So everybody raise your hand who's been to India. That's most of the crowd. You know the rule. I remember the first time I went, because Scuba pulled me aside and goes, I know they're cute. Do not engage. Do not engage. A friend of mine got bit in the leg. Another girl got her dress pulled down. And Maharaj was behind her too. She was like, oh, and then another, I was once walking from the temple of Vrindavan, and I had the maha like this. Stupid girl. That guy jacked my maha and was gone in a second. Forget if you're wearing glasses. Do not engage. So Krishna looks at the monkey. Beckons them over. Monkeys do not need to be told twice. And so they come in, now the monkeys are there eating the butter. They're all over a buttery mass. And Krishna and the monkeys are eating the butter, getting it all over. So having a buttery good time. And all of a sudden they hear, because guess who's coming back? Mama. And when Mother Yashoda looks in that room, could you just imagine your child is like when they do that mud wrestling, except he's covered in butter. Only his eyes are showing at this point. There's monkeys hanging from the rafters, swinging, covered in butter. She's like, Krishna? And Krishna does what any self-respecting child does when they're in trouble. Run! And he's like running. And he's leaving little buttery footprints behind, but it's also butter, so he's slipping and falling, It's like a slip and slide. And then she starts running. But of course she's in a sari, and there's a reason I don't wear saris very often. There's a reason I've worn saris exactly 4 times in my life. Gail is not here tonight, but in my initiation, I had to have Gail pin me in because I can't handle it. They're not the easiest thing to run in. So she's running, and he's running with his little butterfingers. She's running. But remember, everything in Vrindavan is alive and wants to serve Krishna. So Mother Yashoda has flowers in her hair. And the flowers just don't know what to do. Some of them are like, well, we kind of want him to get caught because the monkeys might bite him. And others are like, well, no, he looks so cute. I don't know what to do. Do you know what to do? I have no idea. Hey, the butter committed suicide. Let's do it too. And so the flowers are falling out of her hair because they don't know what to do, thinking they'll make it lighter. And she's running, and she almost gets some because he's a slippery little bugger because he's all covered in butter. And then she picks up a stick. And then he turns around and he looks. And she keeps running, and finally, boom, she gets him. She gets that little buttery guy between her hands. She's like, oh, Krishna, what are we going to do? And the butter pot is still over boiling. She goes, the monkeys are everywhere. I've got to keep you safe. So she sees this piece of rope. Aha. Now, I know it sounds bad, but, we always see the kids walking with the little kitty leashes now. It's just like a long ago kitty leash. And she takes the piece of rope, if that's a word, and she begins to tie it around his waist, but I don't know whether he's put on weight from eating all that butter. It's 2 fingers too small. That's okay. the show says, I got lots of the rope in the house. She has more rope. Still 2 fingers too short. I got more rope. She ties more and more and more and more and more. It's still 2 fingers too short. She goes over to the other houses. Excuse me, you got any rope? You got any rope? They keep tying and tying and tying. No matter how long that rope is, it is still 2 fingers too short. And now Mother Yashoda is just like, she's about to lose her mind. The butter is over boiling. This kid is covered in butter. The monkeys are still going berserk. She's like, Krishna, I just want to keep you safe. Just want to, it's for your own good. And Krishna looks up and sees her face that is so full of love for him. Krishna the Supreme, who is the reason that she couldn't tie that rope. He decides to let his mother bind her. And as we all know, the rope isn't really what binds him at all. It's her love. And isn't that the nice thing? Isn't it the nice thing to know that God wants to be bound by our love? He wants it. He's just waiting for us to come. And the nice thing is, I've always loved this. I remember, I think this was because Stuart probably told me about, the one finger means the ascending. That we can only reach up so hard, and I really like that part too. I like that there's only so much I can do. The rest of the part to bring the rope together is God's grace. And that's really beautiful. And Jai Jagannath, I've heard him say many, many times, if you start to take a step toward God, it puts you on God's radar, the way he puts it. And God's just waiting. Offer me anything, anything, and I will reach down and personally pick you up and allow myself, who is unbindable, to be bound. And so that's our friend. That's our friend. He wants us to love him so much. And of course, he also is a big old thief and steals a lot of butter. Do I have time for one more, or what are we doing? How long do I have?
The floor is yours. The slippery, buttery floor.
Slippery, buttery. It's fine. So, I thought I might, because of this thing about taking a step toward Krishna. Krishna has had so many, many friends, but of course, one of his dear friends was Sudama. And I always think of like the two of them together. Krishna and Sudama, Krishna and Sudama, Krishna and Sudama. Always, 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 always together. But it's kind of, again, to reference my nephew Joey, because he just is. He's just the most adorable thing. Joey has 2 girlfriends, which he's told my mother that he intends to marry them both. Right. But Joey's 8. And now the older girlfriend is 12. And she's starting to be more interested in not such kiddie things. So they're starting to go their separate ways a little bit. And so, as we know, Krishna doesn't stay in Vrindavan. He goes off and he becomes a prince. But Sudama stays right there in Vrindavan. And Sudama isn't very rich. And he hears tale about how Krishna has become like a king and is so opulent. And he goes, no, I can't reach out to him. He's somebody else now. Probably doesn't even remember who I am. But there comes a certain point where Sudama is so poor that his wife says, we have resources here. You got a rich friend, Krishna. If you just go to him and ask him, we can make our situation better. And he's like, no way, no. And she says, don't you remember, Krishna always used to tell us, if you just take a step towards him, he'll take 1,000 steps towards you. Go, go. And Sudama's like, well, I don't know. And she's like, no, go. And he starts to go, but he goes, well, I can't go without a gift. You're supposed to be a gift, some food or something. But they're so poor, all they have is this cracked rice, with the worst kind of rice ever. But Sudama's wife assures him, no, Krishna will take it if you take but a step towards him. He'll take 1,000 towards you. Go, go. And Sudama takes that rice and he puts it in a bag and he's walking, and the whole time he's like, oh, bad idea. I always think I always hear like the shark music from Shark. He's thinking, bad idea. But he keeps walking to please his wife. And finally, he begins to see in the distance this castle. It's more opulent than anything he'd ever seen in his life. And he can make out, because I guess he has really good eyesight. I always wonder about this. He can make out from really far away that on a throne, there's Krishna. And there's someone like massaging his feet, someone feeding him, somebody fanning him, and he's going, oh, no, bad idea. No. Look at me, my clothes aren't right, I've got this cracked rug. He's like, hey, no. And he starts to turn. But from way in the distance, he sees Krishna stand up and goes, Sudama? Sudama? And Krishna starts running towards Sudama in slow motion. He runs towards Sudama and he wraps his arm around him. Why have you stayed away from me so long? I've missed you so much. Come. And so before Sudama can even say anything, Krishna has ushered him into the palace. And he gives him a bath and new clothes, and they sit around and they talk like friends do that haven't seen each other for a long time. And reminding each other, remember the time you swung from the cow's tail? Remember the time you always used to pee on the floor? Remember the time you got all that stuff, talking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then Krishna sits Sudama down in front of this delicious meal. And they eat and they talk, and then Sudama gets to sleep in this wonderful fluffy bed. And Sudama gives Krishna that piece of cracked rice. And even though Krishna had eaten all this great, big, wonderful food, Krishna's like, friend, this is the best food I've ever had. And Sudama goes to sleep with a smile on his face because he's been reunited with his old friend. And in the morning they talk some more, and then Sudama starts leaving. And he's walking back to his house just filled with the love of Krishna, but he's halfway home and he realizes he forgot to ask Krishna for money. And he's too far away to go back, and he's like, oh no, what am I gonna say? And he's doing that thing of let me see if I can make up some fantastical tale, which isn't too hard. We have all sorts of things happen in Vrindavan. Hills get lifted up in your pinky, we got crying serpents, witches, all sorts of things. He's probably thinking, I can top that. So he's thinking, he's walking, and all of a sudden he sees in the distance where his house should have been, there's like a palace or something. I'm gone like a day, and there's gentrification in my neighborhood. I mean, what is even happening? And he's walking, and then he sees a woman come out, really finely dressed. Is like, well, that's my wife. What? His wife is beautifully dressed. And then she sees him, and she waves, and she runs towards him and says, Sudama, look! And Sudama's completely perplexed. Look, how did this happen? This isn't my shack. Again, to that little song from Beverly Hills Cops. This isn't my fancy house. Great. What happened? And his wife, who had such faith in Krishna, said, I told you. You take one step towards Krishna, he'll take 1,000 steps towards you. And it's just so true, and isn't that just so comforting? We just have to reach up a tiny little bit, because he wants to help us. He wants our love. He wants to be our buddy, and our kid, and our lover, and our child. So, happy birthday, friend.
Hari Bol. Thank you so much, Dayalji, for teaching us the way to be present, showing up, struggling, but still knowing that Krishna is there for us, reciprocating with us. And then we heard from Jamuna Jaya, you were right there during Krishna's little Damodar Leela and Sudama Leela. Thank you both so much for your Let's give a loud Hari Bol for Dayal Garanga and Jamuna Jaya. Hari Bol! So now we're going to have the Abhishek for Radha Krishna. For for the next hour. And after that, at 10 o'clock, is a contemporary cultural performance by our Premananda Kirtan and team who do the organization for the Viva Cultura, which Krishna Janmashtami takes all across Poland, and he was here 2 years ago in New York and doing these amazing shows. So please stay for that too, and that will be for an hour. And after that will be the concluding talk by Yashoda Dulal Prabhu, and then the midnight Kirtan. And during this time, again a reminder, if you want to sponsor a gift for Krishna, there's a nice thali table there. And also now the to-go boxes are ready. In case you have to leave, please do collect your prasad. Thank you, Hare Krishna. While the Abhishek setup is going on, two more important announcements. Tomorrow is Srila Prabhupada's appearance day. But tomorrow is very special because it's his 125th anniversary. And across the Hare Krishna world, across the globe, there are amazing, tremendous celebrations happening everywhere to honor this occasion. Of course, there's no way we would have had Krishna here in Manhattan, a temple, without Srila Prabhupada. And not only the temple, even knowing how to approach Krishna, how to bhakti and anything like that is through Srila Prabhupada. So we invite you all tomorrow, 5:30 to 8 p.m. is the celebration here. And we had a plan of making it a little special. Of course, there are senior devotees who are going to be giving their offerings, but each and every one of you is welcome to give your offering, a 2-3 minute expression of gratitude. And if you wish to do so, you can go now behind and you can either sign up on the email link or with Tulsi Rani who's there. And also for Seva tomorrow, there is a lot of need for Seva tomorrow if you want to sign up for that too. Same time, even a little before the program for cooking, and after the program also you can sign up with Barbara or through the email link. That's for tomorrow. And 2 weeks later is the celebration of Radhashtami. Today is Krishna's birthday and 2 weeks later is Radharani's birthday. So Monday the 13th of September is another beautiful celebration just like this one. 6:30 p.m. onwards, bhajans, talks, kirtans. So all of you are most welcome for that too. Hare Krishna. While we are doing the preparations, please let us chant very loudly the Maha Mantra. Please join me in chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri Shri Radha Mundar ki jai, Shri Guru Chandra ki jai, Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki jai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Everybody again, Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram.
again, again.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram.
One more time.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Sing louder than this.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Everyone is sitting in a chair like that. You can't hear
Hare Krishna, Hare
them. More people in the chair.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Hari Bol, thank you so much. I don't have words to really glorify you all and thank you all for this amazing kirtan. It's said on the appearance day of Krishna, the Gandharvas and the Kinnaras and the Apsaras, all of them descended, and from the clouds were heard the sounds of kettle drums and singing of the Vedic hymns. I'm sure it sounded exactly like this. Thank you so much. Hari Hari Bol. Let us give them a very, very loud 3 times Hari Bol. And now we have a very, very contemporary cultural performance. Premananda emphasized that I emphasize the word contemporary, that it's a cultural performance. Hare Krishna. As a reminder, in case you have to leave, please take prasadam in the cocoa boxes behind.
We also have a little more space. If anybody wants to move forward, you're welcome to come forward a little bit.
dear devotees. Happy Janmashtami. Thank you so much for your patience. So we have a few performing arts collective items for you today. As Prabhu was saying, certainly is a little more on the contemporary side. We have all our machinery out here to use our various skills and technologies in the service of Krishna. And we have a wonderful team, various devotees from all over, and we will be just trying to create a sacred, immersive Krishna Shabda Brahman experience. And a lot of it cannot be done alone, so we'll be asking you to sing along with us as per the kirtan culture. It will be a journey through many genres, and you better watch out because people may be coming from all parts of the audience. So be sure to make some little bit of space, just a little bit more space.
Re-establish the principles of religion. I myself appear, millennium after millennium.
Janmashtami.
activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna.
universe. Inside the universe, there was here for Krishna. Because that's what he wants. He doesn't want all. He wants the sweetness. He doesn't want master or your sir or even God. He wants us to remember that being God is only a small part of Krishna, really. But he wants those sweet little names, those nicknames. So let's all call them from our hearts. One more time.
Wasn't that so much fun?
Yeah.
Jamuna is awesome, isn't she? Really keeps you like entranced. Okay, this song I wrote called Govinda.
ours. His name is Gauravani Prabhu, and he's written a beautiful song called Surrender. And I know for many of us it's like a childhood favorite. Growing up, probably one of my only contemporary bhakti songs I had out there. And it really encapsulates the essence of Sri Krishna's instructions in Bhagavad Gita. As we see at the end of the 18th chapter, he calls for us to give ourselves to him. And this song really captures the experience of what it's like in that process of taking shelter.
23 years, I'm doing it my way. It's brought me the road behind me is littered with ruin. Decisions made
appreciate Gauravani Prabhu paving the way for contemporary bhakti arts. And this song is very close to all of us, and we're happy that we could share it with you today. So now we have a special Janmashtami composed song by Ekachakra and he will be taking us through some very essential verses that are found in the Srimad Bhagavatam that speak about this specific moment when the Lord appears and the response from his devotee.
Good evening, everyone. Let's give it up for these wonderful musicians. Last week, Premananda asked me if I would like to participate and write a song. So I sat down at the piano and this is what came out. If you'd like to sing along in the verses in the Srimad Bhagavatam, it's the 10th canto, 3rd chapter, 44 through 46 verses. It seemed like a very sad story that was happening. The king Kamsa had heard a voice that he would be killed by his sister's 8th child. So being an evil king, he put her in jail with her husband and killed the first 6 children that they had. The 7th appeared to be a miscarriage, and then the 8th was on its way. And in the dead of night, on this night, Janmashtami, Krishna appeared. This song is called Janmashtami.
City I have shown you this form of Vishnu just to remind you of my previous births. Otherwise, if I appeared like an ordinary human child, you would not believe that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, has indeed appeared. Both of you, husband and wife, constantly think of me as your son, but always know that I am the Supreme Personality of Godhead. By thus thinking of me constantly with love and affection, you will achieve the highest perfection, returning home, back to Godhead. Here's a bonus. Sukadeva Goswami said, after thus instructing his father and mother, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, remained silent. In their presence, by his internal energy, he then transformed himself into a small human child. In other words, he transformed himself into his original form, Krishna's tu Bhagavan Svayam.
Shri Krishna Bhagavan ki Jai. Thank you so much. So, as you can tell, there's a variety of genre influences in the group. We're now going to take it to another level, and in the chorus of the song, we'll need some help. But I'm going to ask Anupam Prabhu to just prepare us for what's about to happen.
Well, in Srimad Bhagavatam, we hear that every word is a song. It's not like ordinary talking. People are just kind of like monotonously making sounds. It's all very rhythmic and on beat. And this is starting to sound familiar. I'm about to rap. We know from the Bhakti Yoga teachings that everything can be engaged in a spiritual way. And that includes rap. So I'm going to try and do that right now.
Rapping while playing cajon.
Turn back, watch out, he's on the way to come inside.
So I also just want to extend my gratitude to Madhavapuri for all the wonderful soulful sounds coming out of the soprano saxophone here. It's actually the second time we've met. The first time was at the theatre on stage, and this is the second time, so I'm very grateful. Okay, so our final item is actually going to be a bhajan that we'd like to invite all of us to sing along together and have some words. And if there are not enough pieces of paper, I have a QR code that you can scan to find it. So this is a really wonderful kirtan. It is written by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And it is all about Krishna's holy names. So you saw this whole evening and the whole day of Janmashtami is about glorifying the Lord and remembering him in various ways. And inside this poem, in this bhajan, we see many names that are given to Krishna according to his various qualities and various activities that he performed. So many of us have these varying pet names or names from close ones. When I was younger, my older brother used to call me Scooby-Doo, and I was the only Scooby-Doo to him and him to me. And so we see, as we've heard many times today as well, that these names become very intimate aspects of who Krishna is. And they highlight a particular activity that he did and a quality, a certain characteristic, and they're very sweet. So the chorus of this is known as the Amala Harinam Amiya Vilasa. This is a Bengali poem, and it said there that these pure holy names of Lord Hari are full of sweet nectarian pastimes. I don't know about you guys, but I love sweets. There's only one thing that's more sweet than the gulab, and that's these sweet names of Krishna. And why? Because you can chant them over and over, and you don't get indigestion. In fact, it's said that Bhagavatam describes how the subtle body is actually being digested by the process of bhakti, and the soul is becoming awakened, and we are piercing the coverings of this material identity as we chant these sweet holy names. So the things I would like to do is just read through it first, because I know sometimes when we sing the songs and we don't know what we're singing, we may not be fully present with that. So I'd like to ask you if you could just repeat after me so we can get familiar with some of the words, and then hear the translation before we sing, and then I have a very special way that I'd like to sing this today. Okay, so if everyone can say after me, Amala Harinam Amiya Vilasa. Amala Harinam Amiya Vilasa. These pure holy names of Lord Hari are full of sweet nectarian pastimes. Yashomati Nandana Raja Baro Nagara. Gokula Ranjana Kana. Gopi Purana Dhana Madana Manohara. Kaliya Damana Vidhana. It's kind of like a rap. Lord Krishna is the beloved son of Mother Yashoda, Yashomati Nandana, the transcendental lover in the land of Vraja, the delight of Gokul, Kana, a nickname of Krishna, the wealth of the lives of the gopis. He steals the mind of even Cupid and punishes the Kaliya serpent. Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Bora. Bangsi Badana Subasa. So this is Krishna is the Lord of all the 12 forests of Raj. He is ever youthful and is the best of lovers. He is always playing on a flute, and he is an excellent dresser. Braja Janapalana Asura Kula Nashana. Nanda Godhana Rakovala. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Sundara Nanda Gopala. Krishna is the protector of the inhabitants of Vraj, the destroyer of the various demoniac dynasties, the keeper and the tender of Nanda Maharaj's cows, the giver of pleasure to the cows, land and spiritual senses, the husband of the goddess of fortune, the butter thief, and the beautiful cowboy boy of Nanda Maharaj. And the last verse, Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Pashanahara.
Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Asanahara.
Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya.
Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya.
Shri Radha Vallabha Brindabana Natava.
Shri Radha Vallabha Brindabana Natava.
Bhakti Vinod Ashraya.
Bhakti Vinod Ashraya.
Krishna wanders along the banks of the river Yamuna. He stole the garments of the young damsels of Vraj who were bathing there. He delights in the mellows of the rasa dance. He is very merciful, the lover and beloved of Srimati Radharani, the great dancer of Vrindavan, and the shelter and only refuge of Thakur Bhakti Vinod. Thakur Bhakti Vinod ki, Nama Kirtana ki. Okay, so there's two more things I want to show you. So here, this is the sing-along chorus, and I want you to repeat after me. Amala Harina, Amiya Vilasa.
Amala Harina, Amiya Vilasa.
Amala Harina, Amiya Vilasa. Now I have a question. Who here is feeling confident, feeling inspired, and feels very, very happy with their voice? Have any hands? They're happy with some strong singers. I need some strong singers. Even not even singers, just people who've got some gusto, want to give it. You put up their hands. You can put up their hands. Okay, cool. Jonathan, you can put the hand up too. So now this is going to require a little bit of simultaneous oneness and difference, which is the essence of our philosophy. So we're going to have one group going Amala Harinam Amiya Vilasa, and we're going to have another group going Amala Harinam Amiya Vilasa. But it's going to be doing in two different parts. So those of you who are feeling confident, together we can go Amala. And Harinam. Harinam.
Sita
Janmashtami. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much. Hari Bol. Usually by this time, at least for me, I'm just waiting for midnight and to take the sadhana, but your performance here just kept the spirit of, and it was contemporary, absolutely contemporary, but so deeply traditional and divine in its essence. Thank you so much. Perhaps the Gandharvas and the Apsaras and all of them in 2021, this is the way they do their performance. Thank you so much. Hari Hari Bol.
I just want to say, you're welcome to take this home. If anybody wants to take this home, you can have them, keep them. It's a great thing to put on your wall, on your desk, carry in your heart. This is really something wonderful. So thank you for sharing with all of us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And this is going to be a regular feature for all our festivals. Hare Krishna. We would now like to invite His Grace Yashoda Dalal Prabhu. Who is going to speak to us a little more beautifully about Krishna Leela, Krishna philosophy, Krishna, and till about 11:45, and then we'll have Kirtan building up to the midnight darshan, and then we will all feast on whatever prasad is remaining, if there is any. No, it's prasad.
Are you tired from sitting down?
Yes.
Yeah? Do you want to stand up for a minute?
Yes.
Yeah. Stretch a little. Say Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. That is more like it. Deep breaths, stretches. We're going to talk about Krishna and hear about Krishna. And it's described that the years are Tirtha Vare. The word Tirtha means pilgrimage, but it also means a bridge. Where is it a bridge from and where is it a bridge to? Any guesses? The years are a bridge from the material world to the spiritual world. So by opening our ears to topics of Krishna, we will actually transcend these bodily aches and pains and this little bit of tiredness that's creeping up. And we want to build up some excitement, right, for Radha Muralidhar's arrival at 12 o'clock? Yeah. All right. Hopefully I'm not going to block. Yeah. You can see it, right? This is a laptop I use every day. And of course, the password I put in just now tells me wrong password. So, all right. Let's start with some invocation prayers. We've heard a lot of chants and a lot of prayers in the last hour or so, yeah, and in fact, last few hours that we've been doing this program. And the reason for that is that in Bhakti Yoga, we don't rely just on our abilities. In fact, we don't rely on our abilities at all. We do our best, but we rely on higher power. The power that comes from Sri Krishna through the gurus into us, empowers us to speak about Krishna, to sing about Krishna. Because on our own, we can do so much. But when there is higher power guiding us, we can cross oceans, jump on top of Mount Everest, figuratively speaking. I don't think I could go up on top of Mount Everest. So let's start with a few invocation prayers. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripatamam Vande Shri Guru Deenataranam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shravana Shivasado Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. I offer my heartfelt obeisances and prayers to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, without whose intervention and coming to the West in 1965, none of us would be here. None of us would even know about Krishna. Even those who are from India would probably not know about Krishna, because we, as a civilization, as a global civilization, are rushing headlong away from the spirit and seeking to enjoy matter and these bodies that we have, right? And it's because A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada came here in 1965, 35 plus 21, 56 years ago, right? His appearance, he appeared in 1896. His appearance was 125 years ago tomorrow. So it's a really special day. And we acknowledge our gratitude to Srila Prabhupada and to the gurus who have come in his tradition and the gurus before him, because this knowledge chain reaches all the way back to Sri Krishna. So my prayers to Srila Prabhupada, as well as to my Diksha Guru, my initiating Guru, His Holiness Radhanath Swami, and all the instructing gurus in my life, many of whom are here. Because gurus don't always just wear saffron. They are people essentially who teach us either through their example or through their teachings, but primarily through example. Because there's a famous quote that my Guru Radhanath Swami likes to quote about Saint Francis of Assisi, that we should share spiritual knowledge all the time, and when necessary we should talk. What does that mean? It means that by our actions, by our behavior, who we are, that is what real spirituality is. Anyone can sit here and stand here and give a great talk if they're a gifted speaker, but that's not what spirituality is all about. That won't touch the heart. So today's topic that I was given is how Krishna appears in our heart. Krishna appeared 5,000 years ago in this material world that we are in right now. And he appeared in the form that we are going to see at midnight. Murlidhar, most beautiful form of Krishna on the altar. He appeared in a human-like form. And Krishna talks about this in Bhagavad Gita, which is his instruction manual, so to speak, for all of humanity. He instructed that to Arjuna, but it's really an instruction manual for us on how to lead our life with complete happiness and integrity. And in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that fools deride me when I appear in my human form. So he appears just like a human, but he's not a human. We are made in his image, so in divine image, but Krishna is not. He may appear to be like a human being, like one of us. He appears as a baby and he cries, and everyone's like cooing over him, and he's the cutest baby. I mean, you know how babies are. Babies are the most wonderful thing on the planet, right? And they are, so cute and cuddly and beautiful. They're cranky too, but and they're poopy. But their cuteness. My guru frequently says that the whole reason why Krishna's made babies so cute is that otherwise who would take care of their tantrums and their poopiness? So that's the reason they're so cute. But when Krishna appears, the original source of everything, material as well as spiritual, when Krishna appears, he is the cutest baby. And why does he appear in this form? The Shastras, in Gita, Krishna says, he explains to Arjuna why he appears. And that he appears time after time. Right? In different traditions we hear of how God is worshipped in this particular form, in that particular form, he's known by this name, that name, right? Why is that so? Because every soul is unique in their relationship with the absolute truth or with the divine. And we are all attracted to different things, right? Some of us may like a particular kind of music, some of us may like a different kind of music, right? No one likes exactly the same kind of thing. So Krishna is so kind that he does not impose anything upon us. I was talking just this evening, I was in another temple, I was in the New Jersey Tobacco Temple, and there was a couple that had come there. They follow Wisdom of the Sages, which is a fantastic podcast that Raghunath and Kastuba do. You might want to make a note of it, Wisdom of the Sages. It's every day. It's a really, really brilliant podcast, and they are captivating speakers. So they've been following that for about 18, 20 months, and they wanted to come to our temple. And I suggested, why don't you come here? And they said, no, we live close to Tobacco, so we'll go there. And Tobacco is a temple where my wife and I will go and serve also. So we said, okay, let's meet you there. And they were talking about how they were raised in a tradition where guilt, fear, and the concept that if you don't do this, to serve God, you're going to be smitten by like electricity or lightning or thunderbolts, right? That's how they grew up, and they didn't find that attractive. I grew up a Hindu, and in Hinduism, typically people worship God, like in most religions. They worship God for this benefit, that benefit, let me get my new job or my new BMW or, get a good girlfriend or a nice husband or whatever it is, right? The concept that I want to serve the divine simply because he is so lovable. Because he's lovable, not because I want something from him, right? Most people approach God, we are told, and it is true, that we are the children of God. But think about what children do. Children take, and take, yeah? I mean, look at a child. I mean, to them, especially as they grow up, the parent is like an ATM, right? So it's like, let's get some money from dad and get a mom and play them off against each other and, do whatever. And when they're little, their cuteness, they think that their cuteness is going to, make them achieve anything, right? But they're taking. But God has made us in such a way that as spirit souls, our real identity is not these bodies that we're in, right? Because if you look at your own pictures from when you were a baby, you look at that picture and you say, wow, I was that? Like, I was so cute. And, especially I look at myself, I'm like, whoa, where did that cuteness go, right? And so, your bodies change. But inside, the real person is the soul. And that soul is designed for only one purpose. You want to know that purpose? It's designed to love. It's designed to serve. Because to love means to serve. I can't just say, Doyal, I love you so much. And I do actually. He's the most lovable person. I can't just say, I love you so much if I don't do anything for it. Because that's not love. Love means service. So we are designed by our Maker, by Krishna, in such a way that the only way we will be happy is if we are serving with love, right? I saw something on a friend's Facebook post yesterday. It really struck me. There's a famous picture of God reaching out to Adam on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, right? And I don't know if you folks have seen it. So God's reaching out like this. See my finger? He's reaching out like this. And man is reaching out like this. Right? His finger is not extended. And this was a Christian writer writing that, and it really struck me because it applies, it's a universal principle, it applies in bhakti also. That Krishna never forces anything upon us. Everything in bhakti is done with complete free will. The only free will we have is, do I want to offer my love and my heart to the divine or not? Right? We can either choose, and it's a moment-to-moment choice. It's not like a state of being. It's not like, when you get a PhD or an MBA or, that's an achievement, right? And then, usually the diploma is like hung up on the wall or tossed in the drawer and no one pays attention to it, right? Bhakti is a state of being. And at every moment we're making a choice. Is my finger shrinking as God is extending his finger so that I can reach out to him and touch him? Or am I doing my part and then saying, Krishna, I'm depending on you, right? Because I want to serve you. So back to the analogy of the child, right? Children just take. So in most religions, most traditions, we approach God because we want something from him. But when Krishna appeared 5,000 years ago, the scriptures describe that he appeared in his original form as the original form of Godhead, Krishna. And he appeared as a little child. And you know something else? He was in the position of being a dependent. How is that? Right? How is it that the person from whom everything emanates, Krishna says in Gita, I am the source of everything that exists. I am the source of all material and spiritual worlds. Everything comes from that person. But that person, when he appears as Krishna, he comes as a helpless, dependent child, out of his own choice. Not like we come, it's described in Gita, Krishna describes how he is seated in everyone's heart and is directing the wanderings of all living entities. And all of us are like occupying this body, it's like a machine, right? But there is divine guidance that's coming. And whatever we experience today, all the pains and the joys and the laughter and the sorrows, it's coming from actions we took in our past lives, and we are either paying the price for it or we are enjoying the results of that, right? And whatever we do in this life shapes what will happen in our future lives. Whether we go to the spiritual world where there is no death, there's no birth, there's no disease, there's no death, there's no old age, right? Sounds like a wonderful place, right? I want to go there. Or whether we take birth again because we have these desires. So Krishna says that he appears from time to time. Whenever there is a rise in irreligion, he appears so that he can re-establish the principles of religion. He can re-establish piety. And he can protect those who love him and serve him. But if you think about God's energies can do all that. He doesn't need to come himself. So Shukadev Goswami, the original speaker of Srimad Bhagavatam, tells us that the only reason Krishna comes is to leave behind pastimes that will gladden the hearts of his devotees for all time to come. Simply by hearing them, that's why I started by saying that these ears are like a bridge. We occupy this material body, but by hearing topics about Krishna, we actually are enabled to bridge from the temporary, which is where we are, to the permanent and the eternal and the joyful, which is the spiritual world. And it's a very mystical process that simply by giving oral reception to these topics, not only is our heart filled with joy, but we actually make progress away from this world of suffering, away from this temporary world, into the eternal world where it's described that every word is a song, every step is a dance. Sounds like wonderful, right? Like the performance that these guys did. That was so joyful. I felt, I was back there, I felt like I was in the spiritual world because of them. Simply because we were hearing with our ears and we were chanting with our tongues, right? So, Krishna comes as this most lovable baby. And it's described in Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the pinnacle scripture of the Bhakti tradition. It's described in Srimad Bhagavatam by Kapila Muni, who is an incarnation of Krishna himself. He says that the wind blows in fear of me. Indra delivers the rains because he's afraid of me. Fire burns because of fear of me. And death goes about its business simply as an order from me. Right? So this person of whom everyone is afraid and everyone listens to his instructions, this little person, this Krishna, when he appears as a little boy, the moment there is thunderstorm and there is lightning, he runs to his mother and he's hiding behind her sari and he's saying, "Oh, Yashoda Maya, I'm so afraid." And she's patting him and saying, "No, it's okay, don't worry, I'll protect you." So how is that so? It's because by these pastimes, by performing these pastimes and the people who watch those pastimes, and then for the rest of eternity, when people read or hear about these pastimes, our hearts are uplifted. And so, I want to narrate a pastime that happened when Krishna and Balaram, his brother, were grazing the cows one day. And that day, the cowherd boys had not taken their breakfast. So they left very early and they didn't have breakfast. And so by the time it was late morning, they were really hungry. And so in Braj or in Vrindavan, where Krishna appeared, it is the practice of every living entity that they just turn to Krishna. It's so mystical. They know that Krishna can solve anything. There's a huge, gigantic demon that comes, and they turn to him and say, "Krishna, Krishna, please protect us." And Krishna just does, like his fingernails or like a slap, and the demon's liberated. He's gone, right? And there's this gigantic demon, not like little demons, right? Not like the ones we see today in today's world. These are like real big demons. And so it's the practice. But at the same time, the cowherd boys think he's their equal. So when they play games with him, they defeat Krishna sometimes, even though Krishna is God and he can actually defeat everyone all the time. And then they make him carry them on his back, right? So they treat him as an equal. But when danger comes, they're immediately going to Krishna and Balaram saying, "Krishna, Krishna, please protect us." So that day they were hungry. And this was not danger, but they were really hungry. And little boys, when they get hungry, they get cranky also, right? Little girls do too, but anyway, these were little boys. Boys are crankier, I think. But anyway, so they went to Krishna and Balaram and they said, "Krishna and Balaram, you can kill so many demons and protect us. But today, hunger is really devouring us. Can you do something about it?" Now it's described that Krishna achieves many things with one action. So he decided, I've been meaning to really give my darshan or show myself and give my compassion to these wonderful devotees of mine who live in a village close by to that forest where they were grazing the cows. But they haven't seen me yet. They've just heard about me. And so he said, "Okay, why don't you do this? There's a village nearby and there are brahmanas, high-class priests, doing lots of rituals, fire sacrifices, and they are right now, they've got a mountain of beautiful, wonderful, tasty food that is cooked. Go ask them that, Balaram is hungry. Can you please provide some food?" And they said, "Balaram is hungry, but how about you? And we are hungry too." And he said, "No, but these are Brahmins, they are the highest class of society. They're the teachers, the spiritual teachers. So they might not give food because Krishna appeared as the son of Nanda Maharaj, who was in the merchant class. So, from a social perspective, he was inferior to those brahmanas. So he said, ask in the name of Balaram, because Balaram is a Kshatriya, he's a protector, so like military commander, right? So he's the son of Vasudeva. So maybe they will give for Balaram. So these boys went and they asked, these brahmanas, they were doing all these mantras, tantras, pujas, and they said, we are hungry, but more than us, Krishna and Balaram are hungry. They forgot, they said Krishna anyway, because no one can stop chanting Krishna's name in Vrindavan. They're like smitten with him, right? And so they said, Krishna and Balaram are hungry. Can you please give us some food? We have so much food. You can, spare some of it for us. We're little boys, so we're not going to eat a lot. And the brahmanas continued their fire oblations, putting stuff in the fire. They ignored them. Now, when you go to someone and they say no, it's a little painful. But when they ignore you, that's terrible, right? It feels like, he didn't even look at me, right? That feels like so insulting. So the brahmanas continued. And the boys, because even though they were little boys, they were not very learned, they were practically illiterate from a material perspective. But because they were lovers and friends of Krishna's, they loved Krishna so much. They were not lovers, but loved Krishna so much. And they were his friends. They actually knew everything, because the scriptures describe he who knows Krishna or she who knows Krishna knows everything. Because Krishna is the origin of everything. So they were able to tell these brahmanas, philosophy as to why they should provide that. Krishna and Balaram are the supreme personality of Godhead. They have appeared and they are grazing just nearby. And the same Vishnu who you worship as the supreme person, he's right now playing as Krishna. So why don't you offer whatever you have and give it as an offering? That's the duty that is enjoined on every living entity in the scriptures, that we should offer everything we have to God. And so the brahmanas continued to ignore them. So they felt hurt and they went back. You like the story so far? Yeah. So, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't putting people to sleep. And so they went back, long faces, and they came to Krishna. They said, they didn't even look at us. They rejected us. And Krishna said, don't worry. When you beg for anything in this world, it is the nature of this world. Sometimes you get, sometimes you don't get. Yeah? So he said, this time, don't go to the brahmanas. Go to their wives. The wives are devotees of mine, Krishna said. And they've heard about me, they've never seen me. But all the years that I've been here, they have been hearing stories about me as they would shop for their vegetables or produce or grains or whatever. As they would do their various chores, people who knew Krishna and Balaram would come and tell them stories about Krishna and Balaram. They had fallen in love with Krishna simply by hearing about him. And so he said, go to them. Their hearts are wide open and pure with love for me. And ask them for the same thing. And so the boys trotted back. This time they were very eager. And so they went to the wives. They bypassed the brahmanas who were outside. And the wives, as soon as they heard that the person, Krishna, that they had been yearning to meet for so many years, he is in the pasturing fields just a little while away, little distance away, and he is hungry and he wants food. They packed up all the food that their husbands had prepared for the sacrifice, and they put it into attractive pots, and then they started carrying it, and their husbands were aghast. They said, imagine Doyal is sitting there doing rituals, and Rasika suddenly starts walking out with all the food meant for the ritual, right? You'd be aghast, you'd be like, where are you going, Rasika, right? And of course, if Doyal being a devotee, if she says, I'm going to take this to Krishna and feed his devotees, then he'd be like, okay, please let me also come. And so, but those brahmanas were not yet devotees. So they tried to stop these women, and the women just ignored them. And because the Srimad Bhagavatam tells us that when your heart is absorbed in Krishna, you bypass and surpass any kind of social etiquette and restrictions that might be placed societally on you, if it means that you can serve Krishna and his devotees better. And so that's what they were doing. And they just went to the forest. Their fathers, sons, husbands, they were all like, no, wait, you can't go. And they just left. And then they came and saw Krishna. And Krishna is described was standing in the pasturing fields, so beautiful. And we're going to see him in about 15 minutes. So beautiful. He was wearing a yellow dhoti, fiery gold. His lips were like cut bimba fruits, red and beautiful. His eyes, it's described, were like lotus petals, so charming, so curvy and beautiful. His nose was like a sesame flower, very shapely, very, cute. And his limbs were so enchanting that just by looking at Krishna, they were stunned. And these Brahmanas' wives, they just kept looking and looking. And it's described that they were drinking Krishna's form in through the eyes. Previously, they had been drinking Krishna's pastimes through the ears. And now they were drinking Krishna's form through the eyes. That is another result of hearing about Krishna, or Krishna Katha, as it's called in Sanskrit. That we will one day see Krishna face to face. And of course, the deity form of the Lord is not different from Krishna. The deity form is not a representation, it's not an image, it's not an idol, right? Like if I, for example, picked up these glasses and called them Krishna or the divine, that would be idol worship, right? But the forms that are on the altar, these forms are actually elaborately described in the Bhakti scriptures as to how Krishna looks, what he does, what he wears, what he likes to eat, right? That's what devotees offer on the altar. And these forms are carved strictly according to those specifications, and then there are ceremonies to invoke the presence of Krishna. And Krishna comes and accepts this form as a deity for one simple reason: to accept our love, to accept our offerings. So when the curtain opens, we will be looking at him, but remember, he will be looking at us also. And Krishna, if you think that this form is just marble, that would be an offense, and that would be incorrect. Because Krishna can do whatever he wants. The person who by just a spark of his splendor can hold afloat these planets that weigh trillions of tons. You don't think he can appear in a form made of marble? Of course he can, right? But he does that only to accept our love. So when we see him in 15 minutes, let's remember that he's seeing us, and our heart should be bursting with joy and love and praying to him like, Krishna, I really don't know what I'm doing here. Because most of us don't know, right? I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm lost, I'm struggling, but I want to love you and I want to offer you my everything. And that's seeing Krishna face to face. But Srimad Bhagavatam describes that by hearing about Krishna, we end up seeing Krishna. And not just seeing Krishna, we end up serving Krishna. And that gives us the fulfillment that we are looking for in every step of our life. There's a German Swami who's a favorite teacher of ours, Satyanandan Swami. He talks about, I love his German accent. He talks about, there is a God-sized vacuum in our heart. Yeah, vacuum, he says, vacuum. There's a God-sized vacuum in our heart. He's a very lovable speaker, if you get to hear Satyanandan Swami. And what he means by that is, we can try to fill our lives with the things of this world, the latest iPhone, new girlfriend, new boyfriend. This husband is kind of getting old and cranky, let me have a new one, right? We can try all that and will not satisfy our heart. It might give us pleasure for a little while, but the flip side of pleasure is pain. And we will get that too. But the happiness that comes from serving Krishna and serving those he loves and who love him, that is his devotees. That happiness fills the vacuum in our heart, and that's the God-sized vacuum. So these wives, they are looking at Krishna and they are stunned, because Krishna is not like, like there are many beautiful people in this world, in this room even, but Krishna's beauty is completely different, right? It's so transcendental. And so they were staring at him and they were stunned and they were captivated. And then Krishna very graciously, because Krishna is very compassionate, he's not a vengeful form of God. He actually is looking for excuses to tie us closer to him with love, not with fear, not with like deprivation, right? And so Krishna was very compassionate, very graceful, and he accepted the offerings that these Brahmanas' wives had brought him, all the food that they had brought for him. And he thanked them, and he said, now go back home and be with your husbands and your fathers and your sons again. These wives were aghast. They said, we've been looking for you for years, and we finally see you, and you tell us to go home? Plus our husbands have rejected us. So where will we go? We have no shelter. There's no home for us waiting there. And Krishna said, no, these husbands, they will take you back. They will see the error of their ways, and you can go home, serve them, think of me always. And then he made a very important statement that's very important for us to know and meditate on. He said the relationship between me and my devotees is not based simply on seeing each other. It's based on service. And it's based on serving with love. And so we might think, I'm in this world, I have a job, I'm a student, I do this, I do that, right? How do I serve Krishna? Like, I don't want to be a priest and, come on the altar and serve. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who you will also see on the extreme left, our extreme left, he's Krishna himself. He came 500 years ago to teach us how to practice bhakti in this age. And he taught us that of all the processes of worship that are prescribed in the scriptures, the most effective are the Navavidhi Bhakti, the 9 processes of bhakti. And they start with hearing and chanting about Krishna and remembering Krishna in our heart. And ultimately, all the hearing and chanting, the purpose of that is for us to become absorbed, to have Krishna constantly in our minds, on our brains, on our lips, in our ears, right? And when we do that, Krishna appears in our heart. And that's the trick. That's the way that we can have Krishna appear in our heart. And Srila Prabhupada says that when you do that, you can practice or you can experience Janmashtami, the celebration we are doing today. You can experience Janmashtami every single day of your life. Isn't that something? Like, we want a festival, right? We don't want a boring life, on Facebook and Instagram and, watching everybody else's perfect lives, and our life seems so miserable and little by comparison, right? Because guess what? People don't put their struggles on Facebook and Instagram. Most of them don't anyway. And the ones that do, we typically run away from that. I should say that. No, that's not true. That was just a joke. But people put picture perfect lives on social media, right? And our life feels shallow and empty by comparison. But it need not be shallow or empty. Because if we are following this process of hearing and chanting about Krishna every single day, not once in a while when it suits us, not when I feel like it, not when it's convenient, not when I've had other things done, I'm bored with 6 hours of social media today, so let me maybe chant one round. No, we make it a practice. That's why it's a practice. It's not something, in our current stage, we have to work at it. But there will be a stage when one day we will spontaneously look forward to it. And I know people like that. I can't claim to have that inspiration myself every day, but I know people like that who actually look forward. They get up in the morning and they jump out of bed like, oh my God, I get to chant Hare Krishna today, right? And I'd love that kind of enthusiasm. or I get to read Srimad Bhagavatam today. So that kind of enthusiasm comes from absorption. It comes from regular practice. You know, I read something that someone had put, it was from outside of church, and it really struck me that you can't build your muscles by lifting weights only on Sunday. And it was outside a church. So what they meant is that, you know, coming to the temple or practicing bhakti is not a once in a week, once in a month kind of thing. It's an activity we do every day. And, you know, there are limitations. You know, we have jobs and we have other things, so we can't do that 24 hours. But Prabhupada, one of Krishna's dearmost devotees, he promises that if you do this every single day, you will have taste. And the rest of your day will be filled with thoughts of Krishna and how to serve him, loving thoughts of him, and then Krishna will appear in our hearts. So even while we are at our jobs or at our school or whatever, if we are following this process, we will have Krishna's appearance. And then every day is a festival. Because then we are enthusiastic, we live life with relish, not with like, you know, oh yeah, I gotta get up again. You know, oh, I'm so bored. I'm really happy to be here with you. No, it's not like that. Like, it's like really enthusiastic practice of bhakti. And when we come together, you know, what we are doing today, it's practices like this. And what we're about to do, Gauranga leads most amazing kirtan. And when we come together to chant, and then we see Radha Muralidhar and Gaurachandra on the altar, our hearts will burst with joy because Krishna will be inside of them. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, for taking us through this wonderful pastime and also teaching us how to approach Krishna. Let's chant a loud Hari Bol for Yashoda Dulal Prabhu. Hari Bol! And now for the grand finale of our celebration of Janmashtami. Soon we're going to have the midnight darshan in about 5 or 6 minutes. So we will just have a kirtan. If you wish to come close, please feel free to put the lights out so that we can just focus on their lordships. Led by Doyal or Ranga Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Let's all do that again together, please. One voice together. Very loudly if you can. Don't be shy. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Soak up the divine beauty of Shri Shri Radha Muladhar and Shri Gaura Chandra at the special moments. Just like to invite everybody that may be standing in the front to take your seat just so that the people behind you can also see. In our eagerness, we want to share this moment and experience with everybody. So please continue to sing with all of your hearts and all gaze upon the beauty of Shri Shri Radha Muladhar in this divine moment together. Hare Krishna together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Hare Krishna.
together, everybody please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, all evening we've been calling out to Krishna. And we've been singing these names as Jumuna Jai and Minna were asking us to call out like Mother Yashoda. And we've been singing all night long, and Krishna fulfilled his promise that when we call to him, he appears. And he's standing before us now and he's saying, yes, you called me? What do you have to say to me? And he's hearing not the sound of your voice, he's hearing your heart's deepest, innermost desires. And in this opportunity that we have in this very special moment, at this exact time, Krishna has appeared and is giving us his audience and his darshan, and he's listening. He's listening very intently. And we have the opportunity to sing individually and collectively, to offer our prayer on the chariot of the holy name all the way to Krishna's ears. So as Krishna is standing before you, let's make it count. Let's chant loud, let's chant sincerely, let's chant together. Hare Krishna.